Alright. A new day, and it's time for a new character. New test for the next expansion in League. So I thought I'd go ahead and dust off my Arc Ignite build and see how that plays. In also an SSF-like environment. So I have created a test league here, the Arc League test. My other league actually ends in an hour, the one which we have our Cyclone guy in. So we'll be saying goodbye to our test Cyclone character, and we'll be doing this new league for our Witch character. So the plan today is hopefully just level the character up, get into maps, and then just kind of like see how far I can go. I don't know how long I'll stream today, but we'll definitely get through the leveling and into some maps. And then, yeah, over the weekend I just want to see, like, you know, what we can do with the build, how far we can push it. I'm just looking at different things for 3.26. I was very happy with the Cyclone character overall. So, like I said this past week, as long as they don't nerf the build in any way that makes it basically unplayable, I'll probably be starting Cyclone. But this is also a really fun character, and I enjoyed playing this last league, or I guess current league, until it ends in a week or two. And also it does really well, like, early on. I think it would be a strong league starter. It doesn't require really any kind of like specific gear at all, so it should do pretty well in like an SSF type environment. So I'm gonna make a quick cup of coffee here and use the restroom, and I'll be back in about a minute or two, and then we'll get started playing this character. I'll be right back. I actually opted for a soda over coffee. It's a little, I like having coffee early in the morning and late in the evening, but not like during the middle of the day. Let me go ahead and get my timer up here. Let's go ahead and move that. We'll position this someplace better once we get into the game. Alright, so let's go ahead.
Do the keen of mind seek to satiate their curiosity in darkness and depravity? Innocence is our father. Ariath is our mother. When a daughter strays from...
I'll just fix the timer real quick on the UI before we actually get started. That looks pretty good. First character to enter the Twilight Strand. Alright. Okay. And let's do this thing.
The very sand shivers with malice. There's a power here that...
So I think the plan is going to be to level Rolling Magma with Holy Flame Totem and Flame Wall, and then when I get Arc after Merveil, I think it's after Merveil, we'll then just swap out Rolling Magma for Arc, and then just run with that for the rest of the campaign. I think that should be good.
need more mana.
Just fired that guy. So.
And I thought I'd be a dead woman by now. I cyanide. Take care.
Fine.
Okay. Not the item I really wanted, but we'll take it nonetheless. I think we'll go with that over that.
Well.
The red-blue is for when we run Holy Flame Totem a little bit.
Just like my sisters.
And the 3 blue will be for rolling magma into Arc. Tried a few different things, but rolling magma just hits so hard early on. Feels like the thing to use. Didn't mean to do that actually. I'm just gonna run away from these guys. I went the wrong way. Gotta head south. Time to burn. What's up, Sesh? How's it going? Yeah, we're doing some Arc Ignite testing for the next few days. Doing the same kind of private league SSF stuff. So I accomplished what I wanted to with the Cyclone guy. You know, did the Atlas starter, Voidstone, all that kind of stuff. So now I just want to look at a second character. And this was a pretty good one from last league. So. Terrified of the Roas. Roas are actually terrifying. Okay. Gave my dogs baths, relaxing now. Oh, your dogs flea bombed your house? That's rough, yeah. For sure.
To learn is to live.
Oh, we got magic dudes. Trying to not kill these guys. They just want to keep charging me. Naturally. That's what the Roas do. This is so dangerous. Need to get the glyph. Got a really bad spawn in here, one of the challenges I had to recruit chat to help me clear. Oh, rip, yeah. It can be like that for sure. Yeah, I forget what it was, which challenge league it was. Freaking Rose, dude. I think it was like actually this past month when they had the challenge leagues, and it was bringing back Necropolis, and this zone was just filled with like Necropolis boss monsters and stuff, and it wouldn't clear for like an hour, and I was just getting destroyed in here. Might actually need to go. Bro, what is going on here? I've lost like a minute plus to just fucking dying in the zone. I like the sulfate golems and something else, can't remember. Yeah. There's so many magic roas right now. This is actually kind of nutty how many magic roas there are in here. I was going the right way. Is it really? All the way north? I feel like it's actually far, far right of where I am. Alright, I'm actually going to have to kill some monsters, I think. I'm wasting time to die now. This is really stupid. We'll simply level up. Look how many packs of magic roas there are. What is going on in this zone, dude? I've never seen this many magic roas. It's kind of nutty, actually. That was just terrible. Yeah, it was like every other pack was a magic pack. I don't know what the hell was going on there, but it was pretty crazy. And this is just a regular SSF Settlers test league. There's no like added modifiers or anything I did to this thing. Yeah, I think that was like at least 4 or 5 packs. It was pretty crazy. Oh, I logged into my other character. That's funny. Arc League. Oh, this isn't really kind of the start that I was hoping for. It's been kind of terrible, but
I don't know. Goodbye.
Stay sharp out there.
if you hit a log out button, you can hit the same button to log back in on the same character. I have a log out macro, but I wasn't using it. I'm mostly just frustrated that I died like that many times right there to like endless packs of magic roas. Like never seen that many magic roas before. It's actually insane. Might die here. Yeah, I'm not like a speedrunner or anything, but like dumb shit like that just frustrates me.
I think this ray class will serve.
Probably should have just killed mobs and got some like a level or two, and it would have just trivialized everything. Yeah, I get like that when I play hardcore. I'll be like hardwired to use a logout macro. Really needed some flasks to drop, that would be amazing. Or scrolls of wisdom to buy some, also nice. We don't want to get to Brutus and not have flasks. It'll be a bad time. That is not the way we want to go. This build is starter. Yeah, Lima, this build can league start. I'm actually testing that right now, so I'm playing it in a private test league. I made a new one for this character. And I'm testing it like it's SSF with no resources. So I've got nothing in the stash. Had a bit of a rough start in the mud flats, but I think we're recovering now. Maybe. Yeah, we need to do this, and we need to do this. So many times I don't find flasks. Yeah, of course I die. I guess this is going to be the run that I just endlessly die on. Cool. Yeah, there's a lot of times I don't find flasks either, which is unfortunate. I'd like to have at least one good life flask and one good mana flask when I get to Brutus. Although we should have enough damage where he should go down relatively quickly. Especially doing the double wand thing right now. I won't start using a shield probably till after Brutus. I think we get shield charge after Brutus, and then I'll start using a shield. Alright, we're like 5 minutes over where I'd like to be right now. It's kind of unfortunate. I'd like to move off of having that in my boots in case there are runner boots.
Stay sharp out there.
Take that added lightning for when we go arc.
Be well.
It does, which gets shield charge, I think, after Brutus. Which is pretty good. on, game. Give me some flasks. There is the chemist strongbox somewhere, and I think this one or the second one. Yeah, we're hurting for flasks right now. Rough life. Slab. I thought I was dead there. May still be.
When I'm ready, and not before.
There's a flask.
Is the strongest metal of them all.
Okay. Oh, I've got 2 life flasks. Not large, but they'll do. Right now, let's get the next zone. Oh, all the wrong ways. Maybe it's down this way? It's probably that way. Okay, good. Go charge was changed in 3.25. What do you mean it was changed? Oh, you can get it at level 4. Gotcha. Yeah, I knew you definitely got it. I knew you definitely got it early on in Act 1. I just didn't know at what point you can get it. Which is all good, because we're gonna grab a shield after we do Brutus.
Think me a horror? I will show you what true horror is.
How'd the dude even touch me there?
Had you been my creation, Brute, you'd not have fallen so easily.
Gotcha. Interesting. Okay.
The warden's free of his own.
Thanks for the sub, David. Much appreciated. We'll take that flame dash. Let's run with that now. It's too much anyways. And we could just look for a shield. And we'll go shield. Yikes. Oh, we got a fire dude.
When I'm ready, I'm not.
This is for your own good.
It's probably north to the south. Yeah. So many magic packs in this playthrough so far. It's like nice, but also not so nice.
Fate smiles with sharp teeth.
If the POB linked is a Slayer build, I'll fix it in a second, David. It should be my Arc build, but that may not have updated for the YouTube side of things. Yeah, I'll just have to take a look at it in a sec. Come on. Right there. Yeah, it's probably the level 16 tree out of my Slayer guy.
The sirens appear to be dining well.
Let me go fix that real quick. It's unfortunate.
This
You may have to refresh the video, but I'll go ahead and post it in chat too. You guys have it there. Thanks, Ann, for the sub. Much appreciated. Alright, we're like 5 minutes behind where I'd like to be. Probably end up just being a little bit over for the axe. Can't help the mud flat situation we went through. And I'd like to find a shield now so we can get shield charge going.
Orb of alchemy!
Pretty early Orb of Alchemy right there. Can't really complain about that. Alright, let's find... Oh, it looks like it's over there. Grab the waypoint real quick. What's up? Hey, long time no see, Eve. How's it going? I am in rapid anticipation, constant anticipation for 3.26. I'm very excited for the reveal in a couple days, for sure. Alright, looks like we got our shield.
Much clutter.
We can go shield charge.
Friend, stop my. Please understand that as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard times call for hard hearts. Sure, were the circumstances you'll do precisely.
And that's how you die properly, sailor boy. No half measures, thank you.
Do you think that GG put the same Fuchsia system for the passive of Atlas? Nah, I don't think they're doing that. That's not happening, dude. They're not getting rid of the passive tree for that kind of stuff.
Now, if you must.
I think they'll change a lot of stuff, but they ain't changing that. Okay, we can swap into Arc now. And we're gonna drop this guy, go like this. My gear sucks right now, dude. My gear is so bad.
That would just make life complicated.
Alright, so now we got some arc happening. I wanted to get shield charge. Might have to come back. Thanks for the follow, mine. Probably need to head north. Thanks for the follow, Am. Oh, there's a life flask. Haste is terrifying. Okay. Let's go ahead and equip this. Let's see if we got anything deep here. Not really. It's better than what we have. You want to play Frostblades next league? There you go. Yeah, Frostblades of Catabasis or whatever, that's a pretty good one. Pretty solid.
When I'm ready, I'm not
This is kind of spicy. Yeah, I'm not playing Lightning Arrow or Lightning Strike. I don't usually play meta builds. I play my own thing. I know Lightning Strike is super OP. It's just not appealing to me. There's something about doing what everybody else does that just doesn't appeal to me. Not that there's anything wrong with that, it's just not my thing. This is a bad situation I'm in right now. What the hell, dude? We gotta kill these mobs. It's crazy. That was nutty. Yeah, dude. Alright. Where are these guys spawning from? Okay, up here. Always that one mob that spawns those dudes. Thanks, Corey, for the sub. Much appreciated. Thanks, Wolf, for the follow. Much appreciated. Okay. So, not the cleanest getting here, to be completely honest, but we got here nonetheless. It's rough as hell in the mud flats starting this out. I still don't have a good mana class right now. That's really unfortunate.
I need more mana.
All she gave me was a portal spell for that. Yeah, I need to play turret earlier is good. I always die on Merveil. Holy Flame Totem does a lot of carry early on for sure. Does a ooh, leather belt, nice. Yeah, Holy Flame Totem carries hard at the beginning. You don't want to sleep on that. And we'll go pick up Shield Charge right now before I forget about it.
Aye.
Alright, let's go get shield charge. What's my stash look like? Okay, everything's kind of, sort of set up. Alright, so we're like 5 minutes over where I wanted to be, because we had a lot of dumb deaths early on, because I'm not really good at this game, but we're good now. Actually, a heavy belt would be preferred, and I'm just going to YOLO alch this thing, because why not? Actually, not the worst outcome, to be completely honest. Do shield charge over here, and then we can get back to it. Actually, level up our Holy Flame Totem too with the extra strength. And let's keep pushing. I didn't see that you made a new YouTube video for Cyclone, Chalk. If you look on my channel, Eve, I posted a video actually last night. I made an SSF Cyclone character this past week in a private league, like I'm doing for this one. And I tested out leveling it without like trade and stuff. And it was pretty good. And then I posted a little video just showcasing like what the build looked like after about 5 or 6 days playing SSF. You know, having cleared the Atlas and getting all my Void Stones and stuff. So as long as the build doesn't get gutted by the patch notes, I'll be doing like an actual full video next week. Yeah, I saw Jung's video on that. I did a different, less powerful Cyclone build. But I think General's Cry in general, right? General's Cry in general, is going to be just a powerful build even in the next league. The Ancestral Commander for Risha Ascendancy like really made it, but it's still I think like a really good in general. In general. I forgot the waypoint. That is a shame. That's that inefficient gaming right there.
I barely recognize myself.
Yeah. I'm still gonna play my Cyclone, even if it's less powerful in the late end game, because you know it's my build. But I'm also testing out this build because I enjoyed this last league, and I'll probably play this again. I had a lot of fun playing SSF this last week, so there's a good chance that yeah, I may actually be doing SSF Life, which I've never really done seriously at the start of a league before. So I might be doing that.
boldly, so that all may find you when the night falls.
Alright, let's find the exit. Crossblink right into the wall. That's a pro move. There it is. We want the skill points. Fire and ignite resistant. Rip. I am buying a new mana flask when we get to town, because this is no bueno.
The one you are dreaming. Yes?
Oh, is this like... It's fine, I guess. Alright, moving on. Oh yeah, I forgot. I was an idiot and didn't get the waypoints. We gotta backtrack a bit. GG.
The air stinks of dormitory. I could learn a thing or two here.
Thanks, Seal, for the sub. Much appreciated.
consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter is fear.
That thing! It slaughtered everyone! Help me!
Okay.
Ready, exile! It is time to hunt!
Poison is all kinds of fun, let me tell you. Yikes. Ooh, they tickle. Not having resistances. I'm kind of debating like helping Alira and getting the resistances from her. I'm considering it just to help out early on. I do like this skill point. Say, did I track where it's going? That's a lot of chromies I'm getting. Holy moly. I won't complain about that.
Hello.
Nice, we got our movement speed. Finally.
Hello. Return. Speak. Return if you must.
Okay.
Go with courage.
I'll call it fair grade. I there. Thought you deserved one of them. What a lovely day.
Like, is he gonna give me 2 books? That's gotta be a glitch. Alright, let's go kill Oak. Get another point.
This left.
Talk to Bestial for your reward. I already talked to Bestial for my reward. That's bugged out. Should we talk to Airmore? My reward. Did I not kill Kraden? That's what it is. I didn't do Kraden. Gotta go do him real quick. It's like, should be able to turn that in, huh? Not if you don't kill them all. do like how Arc kind of takes care of those mobs around the screen. It's pretty nice.
It's kind of disappointing, really.
Alright. Fortunately, we need the strength from our belt, so we can't use that rare. Not a big fan of this zone. It's like really large and not the easiest to navigate.
The very land learns to heed my demands.
Please be this way and don't make me go to... it's probably dead end. Nope. Okay, good. Hope it's a dead end. Never lucky. Never lucky. Like all dead ends. It's like every path I'm choosing is the wrong way. Yeah, I hate that zone so much. It's so dumb.
How fascinating.
It's like, it makes me think of Piety 2, like they made these really large zones in Piety 2, but you don't have movement skills in Piety 2. So like, at least in this game, like in Piety 1, you can close the gap, or you can travel quickly, but like, it's like they made the same size zones in Piety 2, but gave you no ability to traverse them easily. It just feels bad. Just keep pushing. At what point is Holy Flame Totem no longer needed? I'll probably drop it in a few... I don't know. Like, I'll test it out. It's just... It's really good at, like, just passive clearing, like, really weak regular mobs. So it's kind of worth holding on to, I think, for a little bit. Maybe for a few more acts. We'll see. I'm not, like, starved for gem links right now, you know? So, like, it's just free damage that I can put out while I'm running around. If I needed the actual gem sockets, then I'd have to reprioritize something else, maybe. Actually gonna pick this up too. Yeah, I still have a lot of socket space, so... It also has the benefit of, like, occasionally taunting the enemy or mobs, so that's kind of nice too. It's not as good as, like, a decoy totem, but you know.
I need more mana.
See, like, right there, it baited the boss to slam it, so it'd be useful. What unique ring are you talking about? The Polaric Devastation later on in the build? I wouldn't say it's mandatory, it's just good damage scaling. I don't think there's anything in this build that's mandatory. Like my Cyclone build, you have to use Stampede if you want to play Cyclone of Tumult, but in this build you don't. There's like nothing that's actually mandatory. I just linked items in the POB for the different trees that like scale well, makes sense. Cleric Devastation's nice because I believe it has that tag that covers the enemies on it in Ash when you hit them, which is just like a good damage multiplier and an easy way to cover enemies in Ash. None of those are mandatory, but they do make the build feel better, so just keep that in mind.
I don't mean...
Sewer, come back to that in a bit. I don't know if I have to do library or not on this build. I'm not sure, I can't remember.
When you build something like this, you make persecution a way of life.
Allow your wisdom to be tempered by the flames of the past.
Bro. Don't get stuck on the mobs. You. Corporate transmutation. Yes, please. Of course, you're a side area.
There she is, my work in progress. Let's see if Rayclast has been good to you, witch. Trust your...
Is she just gonna forever run? Like, what the fuck is she doing?
Trust your... Enough of this!
Alright, let me double check here. Skills.
Poor Tolman. I made this bracelet for him when he first arrived here.
Yeah, Summer Skitter bots would be
Idiot said
pretty
he would
good.
Take it off. I called him a liar.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Alright, and I believe... we'll probably do flammability. Because we're going to be going fire soon.
Bye.
Although I might pick up a conductivity until we actually go our first Ascendancy. See. this is that annoying mod where it like refills your mana after it's done running. Lightning and shock resistant. Nope. See ya. Not wasting my time with that. Where is my trial? Try not to stay with the saw blades, but ahead of them.
An emperor must bear two blades.
Hello.
What's up, Matt? How's it going? Just doing some testing on a new build here. Old build from 3.25, but new character in a new SSF private league. Hey Coco, what's going on? Welcome to the stream.
I'd love to see the insides of this spell. Can't abide housework.
Not much chilling, you know? Yeah. Yeah, easy, breezy Friday for me. Just gonna spend the day leveling this character up and then hopefully start some mapping. Took a nap before I started the stream, so I should be good for several hours. This week has been interesting because at work I haven't been able to go in because they're doing a bunch of stuff that basically makes it where I can't really do my job this week, so it's been like teleworking. I got done what I needed to do teleworking, so I've pretty much got the whole rest of the day to do this. Yeah, my job is very hands-on, so if I can't actually go in and do it, there's some documentation stuff I can do, otherwise it's pretty much chill. What's up, Matt? Yeah, I'm doing Arc Ignite, so Elementalist, Ascendancy, and then we're going to be doing Ignite with the Arc. Specifically Val Arc. Val Arc is a lot of fun. So when you use Val Arc, it does this giant chain that hits everything on and off your screen. And then when you play Ignite, right, you can just like chain your Ignite on everything, and it just blows everything up and feels really nice. It's a great mapper. For bossing, it requires some serious investment to scale the Ignite damage. But for just like doing like, you know, league starting, Atlas progression, mapping, especially like T16 map strategies and things like that, it's super chill.
What is that?
Alright, so I believe on this we want like a citrine amulet long term. Want the dexterity. Probably just roll a dex amulet for right now. Okay, we got some resistances there. Really nice, actually. Go for the damage. I think we kind of want to do, I can't remember, I think we want to do library, but might skip it initially, and then after we do our Ascendancy and make our swap, if I still need support gems, I can do a library run real quick. So I think initially I'm going to skip library. This guy might be a bit of a pain in the butt, actually. See if I can. It's our weapon looking. So we've got really not much there except spell damage. Maybe Clarissa has something useful.
Need some help. Be careful.
It's not great, but it's gonna be a little bit better. That's right. I should be using skitter bots too.
You wanted me burned that glorious business. Wasn't very nice.
Calm. You know what? Our damage isn't actually that bad on Calm. The guy used to be a boss. Oh, Act 3 runs.
You either master lightning or it masters you.
Ooh, that was spicy. I don't want to get a different mana flask too. I don't like this waiting for it to charge back up.
Of all the worlds you could have conquered, you had to choose mine. Such power wasted on a feeble imagination.
I'm always for clearing the campaign as quick as possible. I'm just an average player though, so if I do it in like 5 or 6 hours, it feels pretty good. Versus, you know, these giga speedrunners that can do it in like 3 hours.
I need more mana.
Damn you.
I loved your work, Piety.
Yeah. Like, if I get this done in like 6 hours today, I'd be pretty happy. Not gonna lie. I had a rough start to this run, because Mudflats was particularly not great.
Is it you? I'm
At least 10 hours. Yeah.
Goodbye.
I'm trying to get better. It typically takes me 7 to 8 to be honest, but I did the Cyclone run in under 7, just under 7, and I could have been more efficient with it. This one is going to be, unfortunately, I think at least 6 hours because I just really had a rough start. Yeah. As long as the damage is like not awful, like we just did Piety and it didn't feel bad doing Piety, right? So like as long as like the damage isn't like atrocious, then the build is fine, in my opinion. A lot of like leveling fast has, obviously your damage matters, but like a lot of it is your efficiency in gameplay. How quickly do you get through a zone? Are you using like multiple movement skills? Are you like, you know, super efficient in town with like your crafting and vendoring and all that kind of stuff? There's a lot that goes into completing the campaign in a short amount of time. Only part of it is the actual, like a huge part of it is your skills, but if you watch like speedrunners, the way they min-max, the way they move their character, the way they operate in this game is completely alien and different than the majority of people that play this game. Some of like the best streamers you watch don't even level that fast. They don't play that kind of game. Alright, so now we can go do Dominus. Kind of tempted to go pick up Skitterbots before we do him. I think what I'll do is I'll go this way. This might be Plum. Yeah, this is Plum. Yeah, I think I'll get the checkpoint in the next area. And then we'll go back and grab Skitterbots real quick. You don't know what you're gonna leak. I'm 100% gonna play totems. Not sure what though. Yeah.
Remember, Dominus, what goes up.
Totems are interesting. They used to be super powerful. I feel like totem builds are still fine, but for what you have to invest in them, they don't feel. I will say that I think GGG needs to take a hard look at totems in PoE 1 and fix a lot of stuff because they've scaled a lot lower than everything else I feel in the game right now. Used to love playing totems in this game. I feel like if I want to play totems now, I'm just going to play a minion build. I know it got nerfed last league, but its determination is still viable. So it's not that determination isn't viable, it's that determination and grace aren't as good as they were also because you can craft better gear now. So you can get higher defensive values on your armor, and it kind of negates you needing to run them. It used to be like you had to run a defensive aura. Now a lot of builds don't run defensive auras. They're not like mandatory anymore. But I mean, it obviously depends. If your character feels squishy, it can benefit, right, from a defensive aura. So it just depends on what build you're playing. Depends on what build you're playing. I think Dark Pack is still pretty strong. I know Holy Flame Totem is actually a thing. I think it's the Transfigured Gem. That's pretty good at endgame. But what I'm talking about is, like, I remember, like, you used to be able to socket a lot of random skills to spell totem support, or put them in like a the chess piece for totems or whatever. I forget the name of it. And a Soul Mantle or whatever. And you could play a lot of different skills as totems, and now it just feels like you have to do like an actual totem. Like you have to use like Holy Flame, or you have to use like one of two things. At least like to do like higher content in the game. As for mapping and everything, you can play whatever you want in this game to do like T16 maps, none of that matters. Whatever you want to play, you can do. But if I was going to play a totem build, I'd probably do that Transfigured Holy Gem one. I think another one that's still viable, like you can scale it pretty well, is the Consecrated totems, like Consecrated Path as totems. And you use the support from Chieftain or whatever. I think that one actually scales pretty well too. But it's been a few leagues since I played it. Oh yeah, it's been a minute then, huh? Since you played totems. I feel like totems are great for Sanctum.
You'd bite the master that called you here? Which?
Yikes, yikes, yikes. Speaking of having no defenses, it's currently me playing this character, because I have no resistance caps. I'm basically a glass cannon. I've seen resistances and some better like armor bases to drop, but I can, well, I need currency to craft. Oh, that's a 4-link, it's just the wrong color, wrong base.
Have you ever seen the true face of God in exile? Nightmare, Merveil! The touch of God! The touch of God! Nightmare, Merveil!
Wasn't too bad.
This world is an illusion, exile.
play Piety guys, deck stacker and private league, and I get what you mean. The levels with Holy Time, it was rough. Yeah.
I need more mana. No one will cry for you, Dominus. Not a soul.
Alright.
That water just reeks of it. Let's see where it comes from.
I was like, where did he go? Whatever, dude. That was dumb.
I no longer need fear. Destiny is seen to that.
I would.
Alright. We go for Elemental Equilibrium next, and that should be a big damage boost.
How do I keep ending up in such lovely places?
Alright, where is Vol? Like, wasn't hitting me for a while there.
Thaumaturgy just keeps getting the better of you, doesn't it?
Thanks for the sub, Gom. Much appreciated.
You,
What can we do?
Bye.
Okay.
Look at that.
The gate.
Yes, little mountain. I'm pleased to see you too. I think it likes me. There's so many more trap spirits in this place. It'll all be over soon.
I need more mana.
I am ice.
Alright. 2% movement speed with a bunch of stats. That's pretty good. Just getting bots. Sell this stuff.
What?
Okay. Get EE next level. Pretty good.
So this is what the inside of the Kowloon King's head looks like. I hope you look forward.
Yeah, I'm gonna say once we get our Ascendancy, we could probably stop running Flame Totem. Once we start igniting everything that we hit with. Pretty weird layout. All right.
Or the balcony.
So we're still running skitter bots.
I am Merveil, the sword king. It was here in the woods of Leopolis that I made my name, killing rabid dogs and wild boars before I could even consider in this so glorious of arenas. I care nothing for your past, only your future, and for that.
Yeah, so I just need like better armor now for PDR. Distances are actually not too bad. Just need better physical damage reduction. Hey, look, our first Chaos Orb. We're rich. Rich. Alright, at this point, go for the fire damage over time multiplier for when we get our Ascendancy. These fire skill points are gonna really help out Arc once we get Shaper of Flames soon here. Alright, where's this dude? It's crazy. Alright, let's look at gear real quick. So we're feeling pretty squishy. Definitely want to be running evasion energy shield. This will be good when we hit 36.
May fear guide you. Yes.
I think we'll go do lab real quick. Before we do lab. It's not great. Should be fine for lab.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth. Within these walls, the Lady of Just, the Goddess, is watching. The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. Some things that slumber should never be awoken. Withstand the siege.
Orb of scouring.
The loyal shall be avenged by the goddess. What ambition! Pity the emperor who sits alone on his throne.
Lightning and shock resistant, of course, of course.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. An emperor is only as efficient as those he commands. Failure is an illusion. Finish this. Must I do everything myself? My goddess, what ambition! Determination overcomes domination. This is the one.
I can't remember if it's like through here. It's this way. Alright, first Ascendancy.
Can afford to be promising.
It's a pretty big one. This makes our ignite, or our arc actually ignite. It's the core component of the build.
Failure is an illusion.
I need more mana.
You are free. Before your emperor, you are worthy. Before the goddess of justice, you are feed a storm with receive our not even the strongest.
There it is.
And rise, ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve.
Did anybody say the patch notes were out? Leaf? I don't think anyone said the patch notes were out. So I'm not sure what you're referring to.
You getting by?
Oh, okay. So trolls like to troll. Got it. Because nobody test builds before, you know, a league start. I can tell you one thing. I would be highly surprised if they're gonna nerf arc of all skills. So yeah, if you really think arc in this game is getting nerfed out of everything they could possibly nerf. You probably need to play a bit more PoE 1, understand how this game works. But that's okay. Beasts.
Bring the beast in my sights, exile.
Yes?
I guess we could go see if the right supports now, because we'd want to swap to, let's see, Swift Affliction, Inspiration.
What little help I can offer. Be well. That would just make life complicated. My health is yours.
Thanks, Puck, for the sub. Much appreciated. Yeah, this might be maybe you run lab, I guess, or library, I should say.
Need something? Be careful.
Yeah, I might go run lab and grab these supports real quick. Might be a dead end, yeah. Also, probably should roll a bleed flask at this point. when every turn is a dead end. Quite literally.
Chaos Board.
Alright, let's go buy some gems. It's one of them. Other... Okay, so we need arc with these two, and Wave of Conviction as a standalone. That should be fine for now. Let's check vendor and see what vendors.
Good luck to you.
What do you want? I'm watching you.
Yes?
Yes?
Yeah, the problem is I
Take
don't have a
care.
lot of chromies, and I don't know if I'm going to hit the colors that I want here. So we need red, blue, green. Like a gamba. This is an int base, so it's just not going to roll. Yeah, okay, so I think we'll just run it as it is right now. then hopefully get something to drop. Just level these on the side. Run a Wave of Conviction, which will replace Flame Wall. Run our Flammability still. Okay.
No love for Diala.
Oh, let's roll a Bleed Flask too. If possible. Never lucky. Okay.
It's not every day you get to walk into a living, breathing. I need more mana.
Did I drop my Flame Dash? Possibly. What was Frostblink I was using? Fine. That hasted mob is so annoying.
Be happy for me, sister. It's not often we get to erase our failures.
I need more mana.
Our mistakes can be our greatest achievements. It was...
It seems I'm underestimating Hans. Good. I like surprises.
I shall preserve your beauty for eternity. Such lovely material. Slice away the young.
Hope SRS will not be changed. We'll want to try it high end. Yeah, SRS is a lot of fun.
Any more of your
I recommend doing I believe poison SRS. Poison SRS is still the way to go. Go ahead and do this real quick, 'cause that's annoying me.
Dissection time.
Yikes.
Open up. The latest form. I never
I hate to be critical, but I've seen
Looking at the tree, kind of want to go this way, on this way. Okay. Go for that life wheel.
Chaos Orb.
Oh, this is gonna suck. Think DD ever coming back, Snavi? I think DD is still a thing, actually. It's not like what it was, but I think people still play it. Is it ever going to be like it was? Probably not. Yeah, usually when GGG nerfs a build, they nerf it pretty good. Like, I remember before DD, Seismic Trap was the build that all racers used, and ever since they nerfed Seismic Trap, it's not really a thing anymore. It's still a... build is still fine, it's just people don't race with it anymore or play competitive with it, because there's just other stuff now.
This is what
15%
I
increased
get for
movement
trying to
speed.
be a bloody hero.
10 life.
Who'd have thought you'd be so
need the
suited
dex,
to the
though.
role? I was convinced.
Now, let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare.
Yeah, it's pretty sure, like, people were still playing DD. It's just not, like, what it was. It used to be, like, you could do insane damage with very little scaling of damage, per se. So you could, like, make the build very defensive. That's why hardcore racers really enjoyed it.
Accept the gift of immortality.
Oh, stood right on him.
You, Nightmare, is the true eternal. Why are you so in love with death?
How many H is taking you to complete campaign? How many hours? It usually takes me 6 hours to complete the campaign on average. I'm about the fastest one out there. So
You were so frightened to death, weren't you? Now the two of you can get better acquainted. It's really not so bad once you get to know it. What cannot be understood.
oh, you're like 10 hours? No, it usually doesn't take me that long. I'd say about 6 hours. This run's been a little bit slower than normal because I'm figuring things out. I'm doing things slightly different than my POV, so yeah, I'm kind of like figuring stuff out. But I should be in Act 6 in the next 20-30 minutes. So it's about still halfway through, around 3 hours, which is normal for me at least.
Seems I've mastered Roadcast. Time to return to Orient with a vengeance.
We gotta start doing the Val side areas because we need like a Val arc.
I'm going to show them
What ores am I using right now? I think in the POB I have myself using Grace and Summon Skitter Bots. But I do like the Herald of Thunder for clear, but I do feel like the Grace ore would be nice right now because my PDR is pretty low. I have a lot of armor, and this is supposed to be an evasion stacking build with spell suppression anyways. I go visit Siosa. Second. Cyclone or Arc, which build get first 2 Void Stones easy in your opinion? Which one's better for Void Stones? That's a good question. I'm not sure. I feel like they're both fine. I think Cyclone is better, but that's probably because I'm used to playing Cyclone, so that's coming from my personal preference. I think in the hands of a better player, both of these builds scale way better than what you're seeing, right? I'm just average, so...
My knowledge.
Alright, this should feel a little bit better now. I think we can drop Flame Totem at this point. I don't really feel the need for it anymore. Arc hits hard enough now. We don't even have the right gems.
Then I'm ready, and not with thaumaturgy and science combined. That's rather clever.
Arbor fusing.
Did you test Batman? Can compare it with Cyclone? I think Bama is probably a superior build to Cyclone, especially in terms of speed. Bama is going to be a lot better of a mapper. It depends. You can build Cyclone differently than the way I did it. But generally speaking, I think Bama is an S tier minion build for a reason. It's really strong. So I'd probably place it above something like any version of Cyclone with the exception of maybe General's Cry. Are they ever going to update the witch feet textures? I don't know, dude. That's how PoE 2 started, right? They were going to update the the actual models that the characters use for animation, and then it just evolved into let's make a new PoE game, essentially. That's basically how that happened. Get a Soul Eater.
I need more mana.
Yeah, I gotta get away from this dude. Dude's annoying. Okay, thank you. I like them both. Yeah.
I swore
Yeah,
they would
I think
suffer.
Bama's probably a better build in a lot of ways, depending on what we're talking about. But I like my Cyclone build, so at least for right now, that might change in the future.
Thank you.
I
killing
guess Cold and Lightning, and we need a Jade Flask. A Jade Flask. Cold and Lightning Ring. Give me something good. It's not terrible. Got some all resist on there. Sure. $42. Bloody Bama, what's that build? I don't know what Bloody Bama is. Sounds crazy. Alright, we really need life, so we're gonna scale into this life cluster down here. It's pretty good because it's like some energy shield and life. Yeah. Our gear is pretty crap right now. Like, really bad. Might have to spend a few minutes farming because we need some better stuff. Otherwise, Act 6 is going to be kind of rough. Okay.
I'm refusing. I need more mana.
I have to start running a yellow mouse. What's up, wall hack? Yeah, we're doing some Arc Ignite testing right now. Dusting off my POB from 3.25 and just running the character, seeing how everything still feels. How well it levels. Also doing like an SSF test too. So I did this with my Cyclone build last week, or this past week, and now I'm going to spend a few days doing this with my other build from 3.25, which was this. Bro, the constant bombarding is actually crazy. What the fuck? Like, what the actual fuck, dude? I got a video wall hack on my channel. If you go back about 10 months ago when 3.25 started, I have a build video on it. It's all good, Wall. Tried Ignite Arc, leveling a couple of days ago, not a very pleasant experience, died a lot. Yeah, you have to figure out what you want to do for defenses. So on my build, I do I run evasion and eventually spell suppression. And that's kind of like my defensive layers. Definitely feeling a little squishy right now, but I also have really terrible gear. So like the gear that I'm wearing has just been stuff that I found or crafted. This is a fresh private league, so I have no resources. It's SSF essentially. So until I can get some better base items to scale evasion and stuff, it's a little rough. And my rolls on the gear are awful also. What do I normally do for early currency gen on trade? So what I did last year with 3.25 was I did ritual farming for a couple days and made some decent money off of that. And then I segued into doing destructive play boss map farming. And I sold the boss maps and the frags from doing the bosses and made decent money off that. But ritual, I made lots of money off ritual. I also find that the first couple days of a league, if you know how to rog craft, you can make some pretty good items with rog crafting that can sell for like anywhere from like 50 chaos to a divine a piece. Sometimes you get really lucky and you can get like a 2 divine craft or a 3 divine craft if you know what you're doing. So rog crafting from Expedition is another really good way to make money early on. Those first couple days of a league, really well rolled life and resistance gear sells pretty well because everyone's looking for that kind of stuff. Yeah, see, like this has a lot of evasion, 92 life. Holy shit, dude.
Remember,
Hello, Helm. Oh, and it's got a blue, red, green, so we can segue into using my arc now. This is perfect. We've got arc with Swift Affliction and Inspiration. We have our main ability. We have you. We have our curse. We have Grace, Skitterbots. We can drop added lightning and surge. Keep running the Grace. Skitterbots, Frostblink, Shield Charge, that's fine. I really would like a faster attacks, but we'll get that soon enough. Alright, let's vendor this stuff. Herald of Thunder, Infused Channeling, yeah, we don't need that stuff anymore. That's garbage. This duel? It's actually not too bad. Thanks for the follow all, appreciate it. $92 life is wild. Let's go see what I can benchcraft on stuff. Ritual League Start, what even except for currency drops. So corpses sell really good. The invitations to do the boss fight sell really good. And then there's just currency and stuff like that. There's also like vendor trash that you can sell for 5 chaos, 10 chaos a piece. And then the omens sell really good too. You can make money off the omens. Alright, so my resistances are actually not too terrible, considering we're about to go into Act 6. I want to make sure I've got, like, as much juice as possible on this gear. I think that's going to be where we're at right now, unless something better drops. Thanks, Moo, for the sub. Much appreciated. What am I doing here? Yeah, okay. I'll catch you later. We'll catch Vid and go to bed. Hey, appreciate you tuning in, Wall. Catch you later. Oh, Arcanist Brand's gonna be so nice to just put all this stuff on there eventually.
I need more mana. Orius was mine to burn. You took that from me. Now you will join the fire.
Alright, what's our evasion looking like? 51%. Okay, so we're getting up there. It's getting better. We were at like 20% not too long ago. Yeah, hopefully we start getting some Val side areas, because we need to get a Val Arc Jewel, or gem I should say, pretty soon.
Life is too precious to waste on you.
Feel your build looks satisfying as fuck. Have you pushed to a T17, etc.? What, on Arc Ignite Wall? I did do a few T17s on Arc Ignite, but I kind of stopped in 3.25 because I was done with the league at that point, and I didn't want to grind out all the high-end, you know, stuff for the build, because I had done my 40 out of 40 on my Cyclone build and all that kind of stuff. So I did a couple T17s for testing, but I didn't really push any further with it because I was done with the league. Have you decided your league starter yet? I'm pretty confident I'm going to do Cyclone right now, but I would like to get this to mapping today and see what like Arc Ignite feels like with no trade and stuff. Because I'm probably going to play SSF for the first time starting out. And I want to see how this build feels scaling in terms of like doing the Atlas and getting Void Stones and stuff without access to trade and stuff. One of the big things about this build is figuring out physical damage reduction. So what we do is we run a Cloak of Flame from trade. It's not like a super rare unique, but it does help out a lot with physical damage mitigation. So not having access to that in SSF right off the bat is kind of going to suck. It won't mean the build's unplayable, but I'll have to figure out other things for defenses. So I want to see how this plays in SSF and mapping and stuff before I make 100% determination about what I'm playing. And also, of course, the patch notes haven't come out yet. So when the patch notes come out, it'll, you know, help me really decide what I'm going to play. It's possible that they might have like a new set of gems or something I want to check out, but they would have to be like pretty interesting new gems for me not to do, I think, Cyclone. So I think here yeah, because then we can go 1, 2, 3 into these life nodes right here. It's a pretty good one. Something like that. And this will free up our mana too in the near future here. I'm not sure what the price for Cloak of Flame will be. It's a popular item because RF builds use it, so there's a possibility that it's going to be relatively expensive. I think like a non-6 like linked one will, with like not perfect rolls, is probably going to be anywhere from like 30 to 50 chaos. So it's not going to be cheap initially, like on a league start. And then if you want like a 6 linked one, you know, you're looking at several divine, easy, I would believe. But it's a pretty common unique drop. It's not like super rare. I've never had an issue getting it on Trade League. Like, you make enough money if you know what you're doing that you can afford something like that easily. Yeah, that ore reservation will probably be the next points I get after life, because we're tight on mana right now, for sure, playing this. Yeah, see, like I didn't have mana there. It's rough. My Frostblink. Should be pretty much phase right here. Yep. Not a bad first 5 acts. A little bit slower than I would like. I would have liked 3 hours or under, but we had a really rough start in Act 1 in Mudflats. Wasted a few minutes in there dying to like 18 fucking magic packs. It's your Cyclone build running on Chieftain. I want to try it out. Nah, my Cyclone build is a Slayer.
Cannot be extinguished.
My Cyclone build is about scaling block using stave nodes, so we run Slayer for the damage and then eventually do a Flame Flesh Jewel setup on a very endgame version of the build to get more than skill from Gladiators so we can scale the lucky block. So I don't run a Chieftain on it. Honestly, resistances aren't terrible going into Act 6. Just gotta get better base types. Like I don't know what those gloves are. They're awful. That's what they are. Fire resistant, let's go.
I need more mana.
So we like to see the fire resistant mob. Yeah, I would take, ooh, look at this guy. This guy was juiced. And he had an Orb of Binding. What the heck? Yeah, check out the Cyclone build if you're interested. It's a lot of fun. Still trying to decide what to start. Yeah, that's why I'm leveling up these test characters. Since I'm pretty sure I'm going to play SSF, it's a nice way for me to test, like, starting each character. I gotta spend a little bit of money to start the private league, but I can essentially have a fresh economy with no resources and see how stuff feels. Gives me a good idea. Where's the other mobs? Did I not fully clear this place? I hope this like zone isn't bugged and I don't have to re-clear it, because that's really stupid if that's the case. What did I miss? Oh, is it the essence mobs? It's the freaking SS mobs. Yeah. Forgot that these guys count towards it. Okay. Now we've got Lily.
Yes.
Don't got the right base. That's rather unfortunate.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. Yeah. I want to use that Orb of Binding, but I want to wait till we have the right base to do it.
Hopefully, I can learn from my mistakes this time.
Awful. I might YOLO these Chaos Orbs real quick. See if I... Ooh. Worth. Lose some fire and lightning, but we get a ton of life. Keep the strength. Is there additional strength on there? Wow. Okay. Crazy. We actually need to fix this anyways, so you guys can come over here. And I really would like faster attacks and charge. Just buy 2 new items. In the past 2 weeks, I've tried RF Chieftain, EA, Ballista, Hierophant, and Arcanite. RF Chieftain is popular for reason, very smooth. Yeah. RF is tried and true. RF is definitely tried and true for a reason, that's for sure. My worst resistance now, it's gotta be the lightning, right? Okay, well, lightning resist it is. Got the lowest possible roll. GG game, GG. Okay. We went from having like 1,000 life to almost 1,600. Just a little bit of time here, so not too bad, not too bad. This sucks. Got like 3 hasted rares. Well, 1 hasted rare probably buffing the other guys. Look at this shit, dude. That was really dumb. Alright. The faster attacks makes all the difference.
You there, local, come here.
Let me teach you the laws of war.
I definitely need more damage. 4 Link would be pretty nice right now, as well as they'd unspec a lot of damage nodes from the tree to get this health and stuff, so. Wow. Okay, dude. Okay, dude.
I must have jinxed myself. Here we go again.
Belief is the strongest metal of
Need a
them
bleed
all.
class really bad. Also just generally playing better. Saved by a level, literally. Actually gonna go for this fire damage over time here. We need a much better weapon too. My weapon sucks.
You there, local, come here. Not you! For my life and my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again!
I need more mana.
Die and be reborn! You shall be remained!
It seems that those who don't learn from me.
With the road to the Frisian forest clear. Still alive.
Evasion energy shield. I might 4-link this guy right here.
Farewell.
That binding orb. Okay. Essentially, what am I getting from this? Some dex and life, but the life isn't even that good. Wonder what I could roll on here. Gas resistance is kind of nice, but I really need life. There's a lot of evasion and energy shield. Also a lot of life.
Good tidings to you.
get a 4th link going, squeeze out a bit more damage.
I need more mana.
Regal Orb.
Pose in the hold, I would be played with Stormfire Ring, else how you scale it. Not necessarily. Oh, okay, I see what you're... Yeah, I honestly was pulling a blink when you said Stormfire, so I was like not sure what the unique ring did. But if it essentially makes it so it hits Ignite, then yeah, that's what Shaper of Flame gives us. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Yep, just the Elementalist Ascendancy. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they feel. Self-caster hasn't really been a thing in the meta for a while. It seemed okay enough for like the build I made in 3.25, but I had access to trade and a lot of resources, so in SSF this is a good test to see if it's like really viable or not. Leveling so far has kind of been whatever. But the real test comes right when we get to mapping. Yeah, I should be swapping actually to Arcanist brand so that I can apply my Wave of Conviction and Curse that way. Now that I have access to Lily and stuff. I also need a much better weapon. My weapon is garbage right now. Yeah, trade gives you like the ability to make anything playable, honestly. That's why I was saying earlier that like pretty much any build in this game or any gem in this game can do everything without, like it can pretty much do everything with the exception of T17s and Uber Pinnacle bosses, and then if you have enough currency, i.e. divines and mirrors, you can make any gem in this game do whatever you want. It might just cost you a couple mirrors if it's like something that's incredibly not ideal, but
That's a flask. Or the balcony.
Oops, clumsy move.
yeah, my plan is to play my Cyclone build probably in SSF as long as it survives the patch notes next week. I'm just testing this build out in SSF because I just want to see how it plays. I don't, like, if I had the option between my Cyclone build and this, I'm leaning more towards, obviously, the Cyclone, I think, as a League starter. But I think this would be fine as a League starter. It would just, especially in an SSF setting, you might be grinding. Like, it wouldn't be, it may not be the greatest League starter, but could you do your Atlas? Could you do Void Stones? Yes. I think it would just take you a little bit longer. Because, like, you need a really well-crafted weapon, right? Like, when you play Ignite, you need, like, a really well-crafted weapon. And that can be... But I guess it's true of anything in this game. Like, a weapon is very important, stat-wise.
See ya. Go.
So, divinity doesn't just reshape itself. It changes the world around you too.
Yeah, I would say to be able to do Maven and Uber Elder, it would probably require me to grind harder than I did on my Cyclone that I tested. Like, because I did my Cyclone this past week on another private league I created and simulated like SSF, and I was able to do all 4 Void Stones just going through stuff. I think it would be harder on this character without resources. Yeah. But that's what I'm going to test this week, you know? I'm going to play the character and see what happens. I think you got a tree stretch regardless of whatever Cyclone build you're playing as Slayer, right? Because a lot of people like to do the axes, or I'm sorry, the swords, and they go the right side of the tree, and they scale all the way up there. So I think either way you do Cyclone, you're having to stretch the tree out a lot. But a lot of melee builds are like that. A lot of melee builds end up being like a lot of cluster jewels later. You know, like you stretch the tree out to the different cluster jewel nodes and take stuff around those, and then eventually once you have your jewel setups, you just swap over to that. Reminds me of like when you play like a power siphon build on the north side of the tree, you're pretty much just pathing to cluster jewels where you can put cluster jewel setups in.
So courageous. Such a fine example of womanhood. I simply knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Or my husband. You see, His Majesty could never be satiated on his wedding day by one bride alone.
Yeah, like look at my weapon, it's fucking awful. It's an attack speed with lightning damage. Does nothing for my build right now. I'm familiar with Balar, I haven't watched any of his stuff recently. You gonna like transition, my dude? Yeah, the thing about my Cyclone build is I level as Sunder pretty much the entire campaign, and Sunder leveling is super smooth, right? So it's like tried and true, it's the way you level a melee build pretty much. So optimizing this, I think like on trade this would feel a little bit better because I'd be able to pick up gear as I level that's, you know, not like a wand that has attack speed and lightning damage like what I'm using right now. Thanks for the subtotal, much appreciated. I think a lot of stuff can be, you can level the campaign with it. It may not be the most efficient or whatever, but yeah, there's a lot of skills people just do the meta, right? They just do what a streamer does. They do the meta. They don't really think for themselves or play anything interesting, you know. A couple streamers are going to put up some videos after the patch notes next week and be like, here's the stuff to play, and they're not wrong, it'll be meta, it'll be good, and that's what most people that play this game will do. Very few people that play this game actually build characters. Most people follow a guide from like one of the 3 best builds currently, you know. For me, I like to come up with my own builds and test them out and play them.
Too much clutter.
So we're pretty much the same in that regard.
Hold on to your
I'm streaming on both Twitch and YouTube right now, so if you look me up on Twitch, it's the same name. I multi-stream to both.
Goodbye.
Alright, we gotta do something about these gloves. Please have something I can replace them with, because yikes. Alright, that's something at least. 86 life, intelligence, whatever, it's something at least. That's what my resistance is looking like now. So basically just lightning resist is a little low. How's Pee-wee going? What's up, Haven? It's going pretty good. Just doing some build testing in like an SSF like environment, testing stuff out. I'm testing out an RF build. I'll hop on Twitch then. Alright, Duffer. Yeah, I'm tested out my Cyclone build this past week, and now I'm testing out my Arc Ignite build. Seeing how it feels, like, you know, doing it like SSF. So I'm fairly certain I'm gonna play SSF starting out this new expansion in League.
That's a flask.
Where is the locket, my dude? It's probably north. Yeah, it's a good time to test out different builds and see like what you want to kind of play as an archetype. And then when the patch notes come out, you know, see what's actually playable, what's not. Get the ideas going, you know. Mine builds are fun. Yeah, they're definitely fun. I would recommend looking into like Hexblast Miner if you're wanting to try something for a mine build, and then see what the patch notes do to Hexblast Miner next week. Thought about Hex, but because Popper want to use something else. Yeah, I feel that. I actually made a Frostblink miner. I think I did it in like 3.23. I made a Frostblink miner. It required quite a bit of gear to get it to play properly, but it was fun. Yeah. Definitely not as good as, say, like Hexblast, but it was a vibe. Yeah. Yeah, I think 3.23, I made a build video on it.
Shine boldly, so that all may find you when the night falls.
I did a lot of different builds in 3.23. I was experimenting with different stuff. Well, you don't know if your build is good or not until you try it, you know what I mean? And like the more you make builds, the better you get at like coming up with synergy and things like that. The problem with like gamers today is not enough people try different things or try their own thing, right? They just like, they don't explore a game or learn anything about it really. They just like, it's like back in the day when people would buy a video game like Ocarina of Time, and then they would buy the guide to how to beat Ocarina of Time, and like the guide would just walk them through how to play the entire game. There's a lot of people that play video games that don't actually play the video game. They play somebody else playing the video game, essentially. Alright, I'm pausing the timer real quick. I gotta grab some water and use the restroom. I'll be right back. It's a lot better. I really needed some water. I was getting super dehydrated. There's a downside about this game, right? It's a pretty big game, so if you don't like know what you're doing, until you learn the game, if you don't follow a guide, it could take a really long time to figure stuff out. Oh, start the timer back up. There we go. Almost forgot.
I will uncover the secrets hidden in the shadows.
Yeah, getting a decent weapon right now would be really nice, because my weapon is doing absolutely nothing for this build. Actually, it might be worth checking town real quick.
Hello. Go with courage.
That's slightly better. It's still kind of garbage, but sure, like whatever. The options are slim right now in the SSF life. Actually, I'm gonna put that strength in now so we can use that later. Now it's just level, blocked by level. I need to get an Arcanist brand going too. Did I play PoE 2? I did play PoE 2. I am lukewarm about PoE 2 right now. I don't hate it. It doesn't excite me. Yeah, I think give it like 6 months, probably more like a year, and that game will be, I think, in a much better place. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, the combat is definitely I don't even think I care about the combat so much as I do the fact that you can't move in that game. You know what I mean? So I said this earlier, but it's like they designed all the zones in PoE 2 to be as large, because PoE 1 has massive zones, right? But you have like lots of movement skills to traverse the zones, and so it doesn't feel that large. It's almost like they kept the same map sizes, but like you can't traverse the map, so it just feels really slow and not fun. Like the zones need to be far smaller, or they got to give us some way to move in that game besides a dodge roll that actually doesn't speed up anything.
I didn't give you enough credit, Malagaro. This place, this energy. I've learned something new.
Yeah, but no movement speed. Can I craft movement speed? I can. Those boots are pretty good. Is this gonna cause problems with Dex? It does cause problems with Dex. That's 100 life. It's pretty dang good. We do this. Do not have a refund point, but what I can do is throw movement speed on these guys. Gives me the lowest possible movement speed. Of course it does. Of course it does. Of course it does. Yeah, 100 life is nothing to roll my eyes at. Titan Quest 2 should be coming out soon. I've tried playing other action RPGs. Last Epoch has been okay, but it's not as fun as Path of Exile for me. This is by far the best action RPG for me. Actually, something I've been thinking about playing before the new Path of Exile League comes out. I've been wanting to replay Mass Effect. I normally replay the trilogy every few years. Last time I replayed it was when the Legendary Edition came out in like 21 or whatever. So it's been a minute. That is a game that I very often go back to. What is happening here? That was super annoying. cross mobs. I have like virtually no life regen.
There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter is fear.
That's a surprise.
Gotcha. Yeah, I really don't play too many varieties of games. It's mostly just like Path of Exile, to be honest. I played a little bit of single player games too, and that's about it. I like games, like PoE gives me things to do, and I can change up what I'm doing so it doesn't always feel the same. But it's also not like an online game where I have to commit to times with other players and restrict my free time. So I enjoy the fact that it's an online game. It gives me like, it has an in-game like gameplay loop that gives me different things to do, different goals and things to chase and accomplish, new content, updates, etc. But I don't feel like I have to commit to doing stuff with other players, because with my work life and everything, that's just not something I want to be doing with my free time. Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, I played Baldur's Gate 3 too. I think everyone on Earth played Baldur's Gate 3. One of the best games of the 21st century. Probably the best game, in my opinion, in the last 10 years.
Ready, exile? It is time to hunt.
Like for a single player game. This is where like not having a decent weapon is really hitting now. Because my single target damage is just awful. I don't have a weapon to scale my damage. It's because like the video gaming industry doesn't understand how to make games anymore. Like all these AAA studios make these awful games, and they really are awful.
And you chose.
Like not fun, just out there to grab money from you.
Remember,
Alright, so slot these guys on. A lot of life, excellent movement speed. Those kind of mess up my resistances.
There's an
Okay. Let's go get some fireflies.
Or the balcony.
I don't think I've ever played Arc Totem. That sounds actually kind of fun, to be honest. Sounds like Arc Mines, Arc Totem would be fun gameplay. Very hard to build defense on a Totem Arc build. I feel like it would be, right? Because you're probably using like a Soul Mantle and all this other stuff, and the uniques take up all your armor slots. Definitely sounds like it would be a bit of a struggle, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem I think with totem builds right now. That just scale the totem build requires you to use up so much of your armor slots for uniques and stuff for that, that you can't build defenses. You're essentially just a walking glass cannon.
Cha-ching.
Usually something worth running back for. Okay.
When I'm ready and not ready.
You got any build that you remember playing having a blast? Yeah, my Cyclone build.
This land is dying.
Build I'll probably be playing for the league launch. Probably.
Blessed orb.
Where did a Blessed Orb drop? Ooh. Like, yeah. I hate this area. Yeah, like, look how massive this zone is when you think about PoE 2. And yet, because you have movement skills, you don't mind this zone at all. Or at least you don't mind it that much. It's palatable. Alright, let's see what happens if I slot on this guy.
Orb of regret.
Damage feels a little bit better. We're about to get to Act 8. Act 8 is my least favorite part of the campaign, by far. It's not even, like, comparable how much I despise Act 8 to the rest of the entire leveling experience in PoE 1.
That's a flask.
There's just something about it. I think it's because it's the last really long act before you get to Act 9 and 10, which are relatively, like, way shorter. So it just, like, feels even worse.
Gemcutter's prism.
Where is that? Probably this way, right? I would think. These spiders, dude. I like the chromie though. Where is the frickin'... It actually... all the way north, probably. Fun times. Fun game. The thing I really don't like about shield charge is it gets stuck on stuff so often. Yeah, the spiders are fucking nasty, dude. 100%. They're like so annoying. Thanks, Paul, for the follow. It's much appreciated. Yeah, I think we'll come here. And we can grab more life and more damage. Still need like a far better weapon. This is still garbage.
I need more mana.
Chaos resistance. I feels that thanks, Mister, for the sub. Appreciate it. I will get my Arcanist brand after this. I keep forgetting to set that up. One last teleport. Pop off the flasks. Alright, Act 8. The pain begins. This will be the longest half hour of my life. The longest half hour of my life. Every time I do this. Hey dude, good luck with the run. I'm on mobile right now, so can't check the PB. Would you be able to explain what you use in the other levels when you swap to Arc Ignite? Yeah, so I did Holy Flame Totem with Rolling Magma to start out with, and then I went Arc immediately at the end of Act 1, and I was using Arc with Holy Flame Totem and Flame Wall pretty much until I went Shaper of Flames sometime around Act 3, Act 4 with the first trial. Or the first Ascendancy. And it's been Arc Ignite since then.
Don't do anything I would.
Oh, we get a skill point to get from that dude. I'll do that real quick. Any reason to leave Act 8? Yeah, pretty standard leveling, right? You know, nothing too crazy.
Son, watch yourself.
Divination card. Six socket.
My first 6
Aura
socket.
of alchemy.
Yeah, they definitely need to do something with self-casting in PoE because it's not scaling as easily as everything else. It needs love. Would be nice if they did like a major self-cast buff to like the new expansion, and this just becomes like what I'll do over Cyclone. Never know. Like if they suddenly made self-casting a thing, like really, really competitive, because it's like doable. I should say right now it's doable, but it's not nearly as good as other stuff you can do for far less grind and investment and etc. But if they were to like buff self-cast and make it really appealing, I would probably 100% be doing this over Cyclone. Only because I started Cyclone last league and that was like my primary build. This was like something I did on the side and didn't really ever see through past like T16s. Yeah. I'll have to check my POV. I forget like when I slot in what gems and whatnot. Oh, we got a Soul Eater. Fun, fun. Time to run. Yeah, I would like to see self-casting get more love. Arc Witch was actually like the first build I ever played in this game, Pinky's build. So this holds a lot of nostalgia for me, this archetype. Maybe we get a decent scepter. See? 44% increase, 18%. Here we go, baby. Here we go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's so much better than this shit. Alright, let's move wave there. Climbability here. That's a godsend. Holy shit, dude. What a much better scepter. Oh yeah, feels good. I'm gonna see how many void stones I can get. Enos. So I did my cyclone this past week in a private league I made for testing SSF, and I got all the void stones and, you know, did some, you know, T16 farm strats and stuff. So I want to try the same thing with this guy and see, you know, how far I can get it in, like, say 5 or 6 days of playing in an SSF environment, simulating like a fresh league start. Yeah, damage is feeling a lot better now. Amazing what a weapon does. Alright. Oh, we'll get that Arcanist. I keep saying I'm gonna get that Arcanist brand set up going. And I don't. When I get to the next waypoint. So for defenses in Endgame, what I do in the POB, which will be hard in SSF, at least at the beginning, is we run evasion, we stack evasion and spell suppression, and then we use a Cloak of Flame for some PDR mitigation. And kind of like hybrid life and ES kind of shenanigans. This Soul Eater is gonna be fucking juice, dude. Holy moly. The Soul Eater from Hell.
Give it to me.
Alright, run away from this guy. Holy shit, dude. Alright, let's actually do this Arcanist brand stuff. So let's see. Get some gear here.
It's supposed. Tell me something. Any chance you might be willing?
$25% increase speed. Yikes. I think that is kind of worth. Yeah, businesses are kind of tight, but the movement speed is really good. Figure the rest of that out later. Let's actually see if I can craft any additional damage mods on the scepter here. I don't think this really does anything, but throw it on there. Whatever. I didn't see a body in front of this, so probably not the way we want to go. It's a side area. Oh, I forgot to do the Arcanist brand stuff. I'm gonna do that now. I'm gonna keep forgetting. I would think the flat lightning scales it, but when I look at POB, it looks like obviously fire scales it, like flat percent increased fire damage because it's ignite, but I would imagine lightning damage also contributes. Are you being a facetious, Pole, or have you never actually seen this hideout before? Fuck, dude. Yeah, we just don't have the ability to do that right now, but I'll keep it in my bag so I don't forget. Need more chromes. Never Never, it looks sick. Yeah, I believe I got that from, it might have been the $500 supporter pack. It was the giant turtle. It was one of the supporter packs. I can't remember if it was like the $500 one or... I've spent a pretty insane amount of money in this game over the years, so it's hard to remember which pack I got what from.
Or I'm a falcon.
Thanks, Space, for the follow. Much appreciated.
Still following orders after 3 centuries. That really must create some genuine terror.
Jewelry sword.
I need more mana.
Yeah, he just locks on you. Just doesn't stop. It's fucking annoying.
You get.
Yeah, no matter what you do, he just hits you with the damn thing. Unless you're like a god player like Ben, and then he just doesn't get hit. Alright, so now we gotta do the other half of this fucking zone. This act, I should say.
Just to use this piece of shit.
The movement speed really did speed things up here. Fire and ignite resistant, naturally.
That's a blast. Alright, he's still alive.
Allow your wisdom to be tempered by the flames of the past.
Yeah. Yeah, the fucking projectiles from the porcupines. I remember dying to those a lot until I understood, like, oh, I need to have, like, armor or evasion to avoid that shit. Not get one shot by it.
mana.
I was trying to ID the book. I'm tired. Alright, that goes there. Then, give me a decent shield.
Yes?
Not what I was looking for.
See you. That would just make life complicated.
It's gonna be north of this.
Or the balcony.
Thanks, Monk, for the sub. Much appreciated. Lots of subs and falls today. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. I haven't seen a Val side zone in so long now. Like, I don't even know if it this anymore. And we gotta try to get Val Arc. Makes this build so much fun. Yo, where is this freaking... It's probably down here. Man. Act 8, my least favorite act. It's tragic.
When I'm ready, I'm not before.
Dude, the projectiles, yeah. Crazy.
I need more mana.
I'm so happy with the changes they're making to crafting in June. It's actually going to be a big buff to SSF. Not having to do so much investment into June unveils. Alright, time to get to Act 9. Fuck this place. Fuck this act. Ready to get out of here. Ooh, don't stand in that. Play smarter. Never mind, I saw that too, the change to Horizon Orbs now affects bosses maps, right? Yeah, so you can now reroll conch maps really nice with Horizon Orbs. And then they're changing it so a lot of the crafts that you would have to unveil June, do like June unveils for, like the resistances and chaos and stuff, are going to be crafts that you just find when you map. Like when you're leveling and you find the crafts at the little stations that you click. What's up, Sesh? It's going along. Just getting into Act 9 now. Build is starting to feel kind of online because I finally got a decent weapon. For a long time I was using basically just a base. I didn't really have any stats on it that benefit the build. But yeah, we got a 4-link going and we got a decent, like, you know, whatever scepter. My understanding is that we don't know anything about Katarina, But I imagine that veiled orbs are going to go up in price a lot in trade, because basically most players are never going to run June anymore. They won't be incentivized to do it, right? So I suspect that the price, that's like the big thing I can think of. I would imagine there's still like, I don't know how Katarina is going to work now. I don't know if they got rid of all unveils, or you still only get some stuff from, hey, our first Divine Life class. Or if you still only get some stuff from doing the betrayal stuff. Yeah, I imagine this is going to be a part of the reveal, right? Like, what are they going to do with the unique specific to betrayal if they change? Like, maybe there's a different way you get to the Katarina fight now. It could affect the price of Kain for sure. That is a thing. Well, let's see. Let's go ahead and move to the next stage of the tree here. Grab those damage over time nodes. And let's look at some gear.
Farewell. Oh, you must
90 life, holy moly. But no movement speed. They need to increase betrayal rewards. Yeah, that is going to be interesting when they, I assume they talk about that next week. Everything that's going to change with betrayal. Yeah, I mean, that's literally what I did, right, on the Cyclone SSF session this week, is I did a June expedition. I did like a June expedition harvest tree, actually, because harvest crafting was more important in the early game. But like, if I was still playing SSF on that character to like make a better staff, right, I would probably drop some of the expedition and go for just essence and harvest, you know, spamming. I feel like in SSF you always have to have a tree with harvest on it, because harvest is just too powerful of a crafting mechanic that if you're in SSF you gotta have access to that directly. Alright, yeah, we're about 30 minutes behind where I wanted to be, but I'm figuring stuff out with this build, doing this like SSF. Still faster than I normally level. Definitely could have played far more efficiently. Seems like around 6 hours is like going to be my baseline for doing the campaign, I think. I think Blight you can get away with doing, like, you set up your Atlas like I did. I haven't really died, I've just not played very efficiently. Because I didn't have a good weapon for a while, my damage is really bad a few acts ago when I was bossing for like an Ignite build. So it was like kind of slow until I got a decent weapon going. And this weapon isn't even good, it just has like a few stats on it, you know, like spell damage and fire damage. Like, that's all I needed. Like, I was literally using a blue weapon that, and the stats, like the mods on it, didn't do anything for Arc or Ignite. And once I get an even better weapon than this, it's going to be pretty good. I don't know if we're going to have the kind of luck I had on that other SSF playthrough where I get like a 5 link before I finish the campaign. That was pretty insane. I'm going to say we're probably not going to have that kind of luck. Or like, you know, raw divines dropping, shit like that. I think I used up all my luck on that run. was I going? I always forget when I... Oh, damage over time here. Right? That was a pretty good, like... Dude, I ended up getting like 3 6-links that dropped just from playing the game. Like, I didn't like do anything to try to force it. And 2 of them were like viable that I could use. One of them was like, you know, the wrong base or whatever. But yeah, it was a completely unethical play session. It is. Like, I would say no on trade because they'll be super cheap, so it's not worth it. But in SSF, like, if I don't get these Val sides areas, and I don't have the frags to spawn them in my hideout, then I'm going to have to, like, once I have a surplus of Val orbs, I'm going to have to, like, Val Arc to get it, essentially. If you're playing trade, you just, you know, just pick it up from someone on trade. A Val Arc is going to be selling for nothing. Nobody plays Val Arc. Alright. The only builds people play are like Lightning Strike and Ice Nova Frost Bolts. Where is the quest out here? Is it somewhere down here? Did I miss it? Really? RF? Yeah, RF. RF is like the starter build, right? Everyone plays that and then they segue into something else on Chieftain or Berserker. Or they just get what they need and then they make their real character. But I enjoy RF, so I'm not going to hate on it. RF is legit like one of the best archetypes in this game. What a weird place to have this quest. We got a couple decent flasks we can craft with. Finally moving up in the world. Actually, I don't need that right now, so whatever. Ooh, can we get a better scepter? Will the game... Where's my luck in this run? Increased fire damage, intelligence. I guess that's slightly better, right? Because I can craft maybe better spell damage on this. A lot more fire damage.
Good luck.
Let's see what if I can put... Do I have a prefix open? I do. Do I already have increased spell damage on here? Already has a mod of this type. Rip. Not as good as I thought. I could test out, like, just add fire damage to spells on here and see how it plays. Is that what it is? Okay. So essentially I have 60 spell damage on here versus 37, so this is probably better, unfortunately. Add that dot. Did I have the option to on the crafting bench and I missed it? Probably. Go back and check.
Would just make life complicated.
Didn't even notice. Oh, damage over time. Yeah. That's very good. I wonder if it's worth using the old one. Because the old one has essentially higher spell and fire damage. Just gonna do it on this one, I guess. Doesn't really matter. Sweet. We'll use that. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I should have just looked at the tooltip, right? GG. Wasn't thinking about that.
Orb of Scouring.
Yes, I am Ignite scaling.
Life is too precious to waste on me.
I need to get enough chromies so I can get my Arcanist brand setup going.
I need more mana.
I didn't think we had access to dot that early on the benchcraft. Good to know. Totally glanced over it. I saying it's fire damage, fire dot, and lightning. When you say lightning, do you mean like flat lightning? Like lightning damage to spells? Yeah, I mean dot, it's like crit, right? Like crit chance is good, crit multi is way better. What gem do you add this dot damage or ignite damage to arc? I never see the build before and I'm curious. So basically it's the Ascendancy from Elementalist that gives you that pull. Plus lightning skill levels, gotcha. Yeah, right, because arc is a lightning gem. So this Ascendancy here, pull, hits always ignite, all damage can ignite. So this makes it so that whatever we use ignites. And then we just go from there, essentially. Yeah, so that's why that's the first Ascendancy I pick up when I do this. Yeah, see, like right now I'm taking the dot multi. It's pretty good. Alright, let's get Act 9 over with here, so we can get into Act 10 and get to mapping. Yeah, your hits always ignite. It's pretty good. It's fun to play around with, do different builds with. It's like super OP because like if you don't play Elementalist, like figuring out how to get, you know, you got to deal with like getting your ignite chance up to 100% and that kind of shit before you can even start worrying about scaling the damage. You just get that from that Ascendancy basically. What I really need to do is find that Val side area, because I really want to start trying to get a Val arc going. It's just so much fun. I'd have to look into that, Sesh. You know what, this isn't a passive skill point quest, so I'm not going to bother with it right now. Fuck it. You have it for the lightning, then convert to cold, and get it for the cold, and then convert to fire, and get it for the fire. Yeah, that is interesting. Getting pretty hungry. I ate before I started the stream, but definitely could go for another meal now. Yeah.
An emperor must bear two blades.
Definitely would be a lot harder in an SSF environment.
Surety.
It's so many uniques. But I'd be curious to POV it out or look at what other people have POV'd out for it. Because that was one of the things I was trying to figure out with the build, was how to scale it really late into the end game. You know, I think my leveling trees are solid for, you know, leveling, doing map progression, all that kind of stuff. But then once you start really needing to squeeze damage out of the build to, you know, get like ignite capped or do some stuff like that, it's that's where I was like still trying to figure stuff out. No, it doesn't. I'm just doing this to see how it plays. So far, like, because I guess like my definition of a league starter is different than some people's. Like to me, a league starter is something that can get through the campaign. You can get your void stones. That's a league starter for me. So the real question is like, what will this feel like on Maven and Uber Elder in a couple days? If I can get it good enough to do Maven and Uber Elder, then I can like say, okay, it does all 4 void stones. You know, you can do like T16 map strategy farms on it and stuff like that. It's technically a league starter, right? I think sometimes I talk to people and their idea of a league starter is something that's like able to just like instantly walk into T17s and do crazy shit, and it's like, that's not what a league starter is actually. And I'm kind of hoping they get rid of T17s or do something to get that shit out of the game, because I'm not a big fan of them, I'm gonna be completely honest. Not in their current iteration. Yeah. Yeah, I really don't like the meta right now, and the one thing I will say about the late endgame in PoE is the meta is farm T17s. There really isn't an alternative. And a lot of the content that you want to farm, like, you know, Flight or various other stuff, doesn't lend itself well to T17 maps because they have these really narrow hallways. Have a good night, Sesh. So, yeah. I would like them to do something with T17s and change it up a bit. Yeah, they're pretty difficult. You gotta have a pretty strong build to do that kind of stuff. For sure.
Not
I always forget to get that freaking waypoint. Rough.
Orb of Scouring.
The auto chains. Yeah, it's just, it reminds me of like Palpatine from Star Wars. I really enjoy it. I have a lot of fun with it. Alright, let's go ahead and finish up Act 9, I guess. We'll move into Act 10.
Now I am truly surrounded by death.
Oh, I should still try to craft a decent bleed class, especially now that I have a Divine Life class. That is something to do. Go do that real quick, actually. Hopefully we get lucky. I'll take it. It's a win.
I need more mana.
That's a flask. Armor fusing.
Yeah, so you can do arc hit based and crit like your totem build, or you can do it like I'm doing it where you scale it as dot damage. There's different ways. I have to start doing the league mechanic, but I'll do what I did like last private league. I'll just do it when I get to maps. something real quick here. Enjoyed so much the Essence Train build on my time too. I'll maybe try it next week. Essence Train is a lot of fun, yeah, for sure. Bruh. Something's dumping my mana. What is that?
That's a flask.
Oh no, dude. This build has potential. Yeah, I mean, I played it in 3.25 on regular Trade League and was able to do a lot of stuff on it. I'm testing it out right now in SSF though to see like what I can actually do in a limited capacity with it.
That's a flask.
Okay. Something's dumping my mana. I think it's... Look at my flasks real quick. No, it shouldn't be anything that I'm using. Nope, it is. It's a life flask. The life flask is dumping my mana. Removes 10% of life recover from mana. Damn it, I knew it was something. Because I could see my mana just like plummeting, essentially. Stupid flask. Oh, we don't have a bleed flask. It is what it is. But now my mana is not going to just disappear every 5 seconds. It's like, why am I losing mana constantly? It felt like I had Mom, essentially, running. It was like I was running Mom or something.
Too much clutter.
Okay. Alright, Act 10.
Here our ways divide.
Look at that shield. Holy moly. 160 life. Crazy. How low am I on strength? 10 away. Oh, that's such a good shield. We take 2 points here. Plus I get some extra resistances, so that's pretty dope. Yeah, this will fix my fire resistance. Never lucky. Alright.
The product I see.
Excuse me. Okay. So, put all that in there. I can even put a suffix on there, so I'd probably do like hold resist right now. And then I should be pretty in a decent place for when I start mapping in terms of resistances. I do just cold resist. A perfect roll too. Alright, so now we have our resistances in a pretty good spot for when we start maps. So yeah, I'm just going to try to complete this act as quick as possible now because I feel pretty good about life and resistances for mapping. He's starting out. Actually, I might run a granite flask. I have one in the bank. Stash, I should say. Yeah, I kind of want to run a granite flask. That'll help with PDR a bit. Or do I not have a granite flask? Rip. Well, we don't need this. I guess we can run a spell suppression. Phasing. Work on rolling those later. I still have like 2 labs I gotta do too before we even start mapping. I think I'll get right to where we're ready to do Kitava, and then I'll go knock out some lab stuff.
That's a flask.
Hey, it's our first map. Look at that, dudes. Got our first map.
Cha-ching! Divination card.
mana.
You like the song? Yeah, it's pretty good. And 3 max life. Yeah, the resistance rolls on it are pretty low, to be honest. Could roll another prefix on it, so this might be better.
Go.
We're gonna go ahead and do the teardrop quests. Mostly because we gotta come down here and do the other skill point quest. That's right, dude's not here on this. Stubbed my toe really bad. That hurt. Back in a sec. How do I re-enable this guy? Because I hit the wrong setting. Check something real quick. Undo split. Let's see. Okay, cool. Oof. I was hoping I didn't mess up the timer there.
Excellent.
Terrible belt. Okay, let's go do the scope point quest.
I need more mana.
I would hesitate to say this is hardcore viable. I think you could play this on hardcore, but you would have to go slower through the campaign than I'm going, or just be a better player than I am. But it's not. This wouldn't be the first build I would play on hardcore. It's defenses struggle early on. I would be doing the tree a little bit differently if I was playing hardcore to try to like really maximize on evasion, things like that. I haven't died. I think I died most of my deaths were early on. I haven't died really that much in the last few acts. Yeah, like I've had quite a few deaths on this character leveling it. Let's see. The deaths? Yeah, I've died 11 times. But I died like 6 times in the mud flats when I first started playing this character. Because there was like 18 magic packs of Roas. Is Arc Ignite possible on a Chieftain? So you'd have to use a unique ring, I think, to do it. Because we're using... I've only got one Ascendancy right now, but we're using Shaper of Flames to get our Arc to Ignite. So you'd have to like scale Ignite chance on the tree. And use some kind of support on arc, or you'd have to use like a unique. I think there's a ring that will do it too. Yeah, the Roas fucked me up, dude. I died like 6 times. Like more than half of those deaths I just saw were just simply from the mudflats. Yeah, it was fucked. All right, let's go do our labs. I haven't done yet. It looks like we're gonna be taking, yeah, Mastermind and Art of Destruction. Yeah, it was so frustrating. And normally when I do mudflats at the beginning, you run into like, I don't know, maybe 3 magic packs in the entire zone. But every time I got near a nest, there was like 2 magic packs of Roas. And then there was other magic packs of Roas just hanging out in the zone. And I was like, what is going on? Like, what did I just walk into?
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. It is the sovereign who empowers the scepter, not the other way round. There is no escape.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. Thanks, Soul, for the sub. Much appreciated. Lots of subs and falls today. It's been amazing.
Make your mark. Even the great scepter of God shall fall. By the goddess, what ambition! Sweep the trappings of past emperors aside. Make your empire anew.
Gotcha.
Life is short.
Yeah, it's pretty fun on trade. Just messing around with it right now in this like private league setting to see what I can do, you know, SSF with it. It is very squishy. You gotta build it a certain way, and even then it's a little squishy. It's not a super tanky build. It's one of those builds where you have to be a little bit mindful about how you play mechanically. Care about that. I just want to complete the lab.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. The emperor beckons and the world.
I generally always do a hardcore character every league. I generally always do a hardcore character after I play regular trade. I think this time around I'm going to do SSF, and then I'm going to probably do a hardcore character. The thing is like, if you're going to play hardcore trade, it's best to do it at the beginning. of the league when you have the most players.
Remains filled with emperors
So I
in
might
waiting.
do hardcore SSF. Will this run through end up being a video on YouTube when you end your stream? Yeah, this will save as a VOD when I end the stream, so you can go through and watch the whole leveling if you really want to. Yeah, I'm saving them as VODs on YouTube so people can see like the actual like play, if they really wanted to. I had a guy, like, because I posted on Reddit when I did the Cyclone build, I did my YouTube video, like, just kind of giving my final thoughts on the SSF playthrough the past week. And I had this guy on Reddit that was like, yeah, Cyclone can't be played as a league starter, and it's not optimal, and, you know, it's inefficient and stuff. And I'm like, dude, I just did it in like 5 or 6 days in SSF with no trade, and got all my void stones and everything, and didn't really run into issues, so... I don't know, man, like, and he was trying to tell me, like, my gear was unrealistic in the POB, and I'm like, it's trade gear, and I just proved that I could do it in SSF without any assistance from trade. So, I don't know. I have a feeling he wanted to be able to play a build that could be, like, doing T17s on day 2, so, like, Lightning Strike or some shit, you know, and I was like, that's not what this is, dude, sorry. There's only a few builds that can do that, that's why they're the meta builds. Go play one of those.
Aspirant can afford to be.
Yeah, I love this. I love my Cyclone.
Emperor must
So much fun.
those the Empire awaits.
Reminds me of Whirlwind, Barb, and D3.
Receive your sentence. You are free.
Jamcutter's prison!
Too much clutter.
Might actually just go do Kitava real quick. I'm kind of hungry. I want to take a break and be done with the leveling for a second.
This time, I will.
Fire and ignite resistant. Oh, I'm good. See ya.
This piece of shit.
Oh, Poison Blade Vortex is one of my favorite old school builds. Yeah. I did a build on that, like, I think back in 3.18. It was one of my first YouTube videos I posted for PoE. It was a Poison Blade Vortex. Trickster, I believe. I think it's when they did the Trickster rework to the Ascendancy I made it. Kind of grinding a little bit because I kind of want to hit one more level before I get Kitava down. Move outside area. Let's go. Maybe we'll get the Val Arc in Dream, right? Maybe we get Ghost Shrouds next, that'd be dope.
For the black guy.
Valspark. And 6-link staff. It's the best Val skill in Settlers? Oh, I don't know. It's an interesting question. I'm not sure what the best Val skill would be. Probably like Val Haste or something that's like an aura that buffs a lot of builds. I played this build in 3.25 AZ, so I'm just testing it in an SSF environment to see how it plays without trade. I have no idea if they're going to buff spell, like self-cast in the next expansion, but would be nice.
I shall strike you down.
Be dope. I just stood in a bunch of shit I probably shouldn't stand in. That's funny. YOLO standing and stuff. Yeah. My evasion is so low now. I think I can have 30% at least. Yeah, my problem right now is I don't have a freaking bleed flask. It's really annoying. I just couldn't get one to roll. Which is super frustrating. So much shit everywhere. Bro, I was like basically on the edge of that. A lot of ads. Yeah, no bleed flask is tragic.
May a new dawn arise.
Well, okay. Oh yeah, we are done.
It's
Done.
Good tidings to you.
if you're thinking about dying.
By the
Thanks, Bull. Oh, we've got life there.
Innocent.
Okay.
good tidings.
We'll do one map and then I'm gonna take a break.
Wake up.
Actually, I might end the stream for tonight because I haven't had dinner yet. And just start mapping up tomorrow. But I'll do a map real quick just to see how this goes. I think I only got one map while I was leveling. Where did that go? Right here, because I don't have a map tab set up. Alright, it's anything but Scriptorium. Siege is annoying enough to do, I guess. Alright, our first map on the character. Let's see what it's like. Our resistances are going to be slightly undercapped right now, so just got to be aware of that. Verisium outcrop? What the fuck? I haven't even leveled up my town yet. How did that spawn? The mapping begins. Bet it does. Do like half of this because I don't know how terrible this is going to be. It's funny that like one of the first ores I mine is like the endgame ore, so I haven't even leveled up my town yet. It's not bad for just getting into maps. Yeah, my gear is like truly something like next level awful, so Alright, first map, boss down.
That's a flask. That's a flask. That's a flask. What's the bee here?
Alright, first map done. I think I'm gonna call it for today. Tomorrow I plan on trying to power through the Atlas, at least get through all white maps and yellow maps, and maybe start some red maps tomorrow. And yeah. Yep, I gotta fix all my stash tabs because I got like, nothing here is like actually set up. So, but yeah. Thanks everybody for watching. I'll be streaming tomorrow at some point, probably earlier in the day. Yeah, see what I can do with this character now that we're, you know, past the campaign. But leveling could have been a bit more efficient, especially if I played better. But yeah, it wasn't too bad. Alright, thanks everybody for watching, and I will catch you later.